Morning.
Good morning, young man. Oh, 3 passengers to Valentine. That's an interesting ride. I think Valentine. Oh, there it is. Double check what's going on. Oh, I don't have everything on. I have my stream stuff on. Music in your eyes. I know absolutely nobody will be noticing, but my last few stream titles have all been the names of Willie P. Bennett songs. And you don't know who Willie P. Bennett is if you're not Canadian, and possibly if you're not Canadian from a specific part of Canada, because he wasn't all that well known, but he's no longer with us, an amazing songwriter, performer, and much admired by musicians in Canada. Very creative mind, and I think I did hear him perform a couple times. And he wrote songs for other people. He's, and some of my favorite songs are Willie P. songs. A while back I did a Judy and Ricky video. When they got married on Freestyle. Hello, how are you? You look hurt. Gautier, are you here? You're good? Yeah, I just got muscle out today. I'm pretty good today. I've been having some leg pain. I'm old. I'm an old lady. I don't move around much, which is the problem. Also, I think I might have a touch of gout in my left leg. And it flares up every so often, and it had flared up for the past few days, but this morning I woke up, I didn't have it, so maybe it's over for a while. Other than that, I'm fine. Really? Well, I'm half Dutch, so that helps, I guess. My mother was Dutch. My father was, I am not supposed to be on this side of the... Oh, I am. Okay. My father was a Canadian soldier. My mother was a Dutch war bride. I did say I'm old. No, I'm only half Dutch. Mijn moeder is Nederlandse. My mom and dad are both gone now for quite a long time, but because I'm old. But yeah, I got brought to Holland. I figured you were either Dutch or Belgian. Gaultier sounds French, so I thought maybe Belgian because El Kert sound Dutch. Where in the Netherlands are you? Belgium, okay. I was right. You had a French sounding first part of your name and the Dutch sounding last part of your name. East Flanders, oh. I have a great uncle who's buried at Tynecott Cemetery from the First World War. I always kind of intended to go there someday, but I don't know if that's going to happen now. I went to the Netherlands a few times in my younger years. And I still have relatives, you know, there, but I don't really know that side of the family very well. Grandfather's Dutch and lives in France. I was just saying yesterday on the stream, because we've got some Dutch people who have come to the server. And I was just saying, I do, you know, I really like that. I really like having, like, I'd like to see more Eastern European folks come in. And it's funny because I've been on lots of servers and I always hear the same thing. There's nobody around in EU. There's nobody around in EU. And it's like, I just always imagine all of these people sitting there staring and waiting for other people to join. And thinking, just come in. And yeah, you might be alone for a while, but if you get a core group of people that come, then people will come. I never worry about how many people are on a server. If I want to go play on it, I do. And if I'm rattling around alone, which I have been many times, I just don't. That's fine. You don't have to. Just if you are happy on a server, stay there. If you're having a good time, if you feel that the staff are treating you well, and that the server meets your needs in terms of balance. Yeah, I do know Gilded. We've had a few people from Gilded come over recently. People change in terms of what they want for servers, so it's not really, like, there's a lot of what they call in the biz organizational dynamics, right? So, you know, a server starts, it has a core group of people, then it may or may not get pretty popular, and then there's a bunch of people who come in and want changes made, and then changes get made, and then the people who were there originally don't like the changes, so they leave, and so on and so on. So server pops ebb and flow, right? It's not something you really need to worry about too much. If they ebb too much that the server ends up closing because there's not enough people on it, or they, you know, staff don't want to do the work, then that's different. But I would say if you enjoy a server, stay on it. I stayed on some servers I really should have left. Yeah, Tarot and Games, yeah. Yeah, she's come over. It was a really weird coincidence what happened, why she's here. My friend, a Rusty Trekkie, who I played with on a bunch of servers and who's staff on here along with me, was streaming this server. So I guess it was a Friday, and I wasn't streaming, so she didn't come and raid me. But she looked on the, you know, Twitch recommendations of who's playing the game and found Tarot and Games and went and randomly raided her. And we just ended up chatting with her, or, you know, we were typing in the chat, she was talking. And she was talking about, you know, how was looking for a new home, a Reddit home. We said, yeah, we're staff on a new server. It's just started up in the last month, and oh, I've never even played the story the story of Reddit. I haven't even played it. I've watched some playthroughs. Anyway, that's how she ended up on here. Was just Becky randomly raided her, and she decided to try it out, which is, you know. And like, no server's ever going to be perfect. I know that, you know, there's some people who had a certain house MLO that we probably won't have, or, you know, other features or scripts that we don't have. But, you know, for the most part, what's really important about servers is the community. And, you know, making sure that there's fun people on here that you want to RP with, and that you're not getting loot boxed by a bunch of you know, PvP players, and 'cause that's the thing I really don't like. I like people that want to just tell some stories and have some fun. I like campfire RP, you know, and Tara was saying a lot of people don't, like they don't want to sit around, you know, people just sit around campfires and talk. It's literally RP. You know? And if you're having fun on Gilded, absolutely continue to have fun there. You know, every server has something to offer, but a lot of the servers, like right now, the big trend seems to be supernatural servers, Red M servers. And I don't know, like my brain can't really get behind that. I was on Medieval, was just the first Medieval Red M server, which was a really big departure for Red M. And they, you know, said it was low fantasy, that people weren't going to have powers, that it was going to be just, you know, a little bit of sprinkling of fantasy, and then they changed their minds and made it high fantasy and gave people powers, and it was like, no, I'm not fond of this, so I basically told them I was going to wrap up my character story. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what they were thinking, other than perhaps they were getting some pressure from some bigger streamers to make it sexier. I don't know. Hi, Cor. It was too early. Why are you awake? No ambush for Althea. This is my 85-year-old lady who's runs the newspaper, the Blackwater Ledger. I am hoping that we will eventually have like a physical copy of the paper in here. Yeah. I really just started having some coffee. I didn't really wait. Oh, is it warm where you are? It was really hot here one day a week or so ago, but it's settled down, back down to spring temperatures, so I'm happy. Spring and fall are my favorite seasons for temperature. And you might say, well, that's unfortunate, Gray, because you're a Canadian and your winter is 6 months long. And I would say, yes, that is unfortunate. I am not a fan of winter. The main character got married last night, but that's fun. I've had 2 in-game weddings for characters. They're all fun. And then I've had off-screen weddings where, you know, we just read, you know, there was a wipe or something, and then you brought back the characters and they were already married. That's happened a couple times. I didn't get into this with the idea of ever doing relationship RP. I really had no intention of doing that. I named my first character after my mother. Nobody does that if they're expecting to have relationship RP, because you do not want to hear your mother's name spoken in that way. You know? A little bit weird. Oh, you've been playing since like August, so that's good. Hi, Aura. How are you? My water bottle is blocking my chat. All right, Althea, don't drive off the road. Just because you're moving something. Yeah, I'm hoping to have a good day here. I am going to have to take a few days off in the next coming months from streaming, but I also might stream a bit more. Like to make up for it, like I might stream on a Monday or a Thursday, depending how my schedule is. I'm going to, I'm in the process of retiring. I'm sort of semi-retired. And I fully retire at the end of August if I can afford it. I'm like trying to work that out with my, I have a financial advisor, and he's gonna try to work out what I need to do. You know, I know my financial advisor is kind of, the thing about financial advisors is they make money on your investments, right? You don't pay them, they make money on your investments. So it's in their best interest for you to keep investing. But at the same time, I might not be able to afford to keep investing. Anyway, it's his job to make sure I can afford this, so I'll let him worry about it. I started very late with getting financial advice. Like I should have started years ago because I would be in a better position than I am now. But where are we going? 3 to strawberry. That's not bad either. It's so weird since playing on medieval, like I'm on the medieval server. This is the only part of the map that they use is kind of this part. So part of Amberino, they actually wipe out Wallace Station because it's too modern, and this part of Big Valley and Owengila. So that's all they have is the maps, but it looks completely different because they've got way more snow in certain places than is in the base game, and they also, you know, because they've blocked off a lot of it, they've taken out everything that looks modern, like telegraph poles and things. So when you go to those places in a regular Red M server, you see like the idea of the medieval server kind of, and I played that pretty heavily for a few months until they started making all these changes and bringing in all this high fantasy magic stuff, and then I just realized I was not, like, I really liked the regular medieval stuff. People were really good. There were great RPers. There were great stories happening, and then all of a sudden everything was like happening very fast, and so much chaos all the time. And medieval life was not all chaos. Like, it was pretty slow most of the time, so. And you certainly weren't having people zap everybody with lightning bolts, so. That part got a little weird. I had kind of left before that started, that really ramped up, but. They really shifted on their stance of not giving people magical powers. And therein lies a problem, because all of a sudden you get a whole bunch of special main characters with powers versus people who don't. Hi Scarecrow, how you doing? Finding your feet? Is it you who was having the problem with the not getting the live streamer? Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about it. I know I had to fiddle with it a bit, but once I fixed it, it didn't matter what server I was on. It always picked it up when they offered it. You had a big family. Oh, I did on one server. We had a lot of adopted kids on a GTA server we were on before. Just kept I don't know why it is that there's that much yearning to have families and adopt on roleplay servers. I guess because wanting family is a very natural thing. It is a little weird to adopt adults. That whole idea is a bit strange. But I do understand wanting that kinship and the, people wanting to... We've got an adopted daughter in here. But that was historical back from when we were on the previous server that Jim helped. Well, Jim was the co-owner of a previous server called Badger Hollow, and on that, my roleplay partner and I were a married couple. We got married on that server actually, and because one of my characters is not this character, but oh, I didn't go the right way. Go back out here. You're talking. You're reading chat out here. You're not supposed to read chat. You're supposed to go follow the road. So, on that server, we met this young girl who really needed to be taken care of. Like she was an adult, like she's 18, but she couldn't speak or wouldn't speak. I know out of character that she can speak, but I know why she doesn't. Also out of character, I don't know that in character. But she was raggedy, she was skinny, she had no shoes, she was living a very rough life. And the first time we met her, we started, tried to take care of her as best we could. And then the second time we met her, it was after she had been bitten by an alligator. And basically we just insisted on taking her home and having her recuperate at our house. And back then on that server, Jack was a train conductor, so we took her by train, Emerald, and then to our house. And she got her own room and everything, and basically we then said, would you like to be part of our family? And she said yes. So now on this server, she's our daughter still. I'm in a reasonable bet she would be. I'm gonna go this way. This is a weird place for the end of the stagecoach. I don't know why it's so strange. It just is. Jim just decided to put it here. I guess because there's a lot happening in that middle, like that main street. Goodness, gee, it's cold. Put your coat on. I always try to pay attention to temperature, because it's definitely something that affects what you do. So if you have anything to eat and drink. Leave me alone. Oh, man. Ben's doing some coding, so he'll be along in a bit. Telegram says yes. So anybody wants to talk to you. No telegram. She did an interview last night. She's been interviewing people around the county about their businesses.
Hello?
Yeah, I don't, she doesn't get paid for any other work, so I have her do some stagecoaches every so often. She does a little hunting. Water Roads, that is perfect. She was trying to get an interview with the stable there yesterday. Actually, I might hold off on that now that I think about it. Well, it was the stable here at Dewber Creek, but I might hold off on it right now because I think I've got a stable interview in this issue that's coming out this week, and then I've got another stable interview coming out next week, so maybe I'll hold off on that. Yeah, exactly. Like, you see these vulnerable characters and you decide to help them. Or you have that zeal to help them, like you really want to help. And it's funny because some character, some people create their characters to be like living rough, and then they get adopted because people want to help them, and they no longer have that identity of living rough. And then you have to come up with kind of a new, like, how would they now be with a life of relative ease? Like our daughter Millie, our daughter on my character Alice, has blossomed a great deal, but we're starting to slowly learn that she has some challenges. One thing is we've recently had discovered in character is that she's colorblind, which is quite rare for women to be colorblind. It's not unheard of, but it's rare. She's a naturalist. She's a veterinarian, but she's also a naturalist, and she's studying foxes. And she kept saying writing on a chalkboard, she writes on a chalkboard, that she has never seen a red fox. And that was surprising because, they're all over the place. And Alice, and finally, like just coincidentally, we were at our house, and there's a pen where there's, like a paddock where she keeps her, recovering horses and things. And sometimes the wild animal NPCs get stuck in this thing. And a red fox got stuck in it. Unfortunately, also a deer got stuck in it. And they run just from corner to corner because they can't get out. Because they're, This fox should have been able to run under the fence very easily, but it because of it not being a real fox, it was just running back and forth. So Alice saw it and ran to get Millie and said, "Look, there's a red fox in the pen." And Millie is like, "Oh, that's a red fox." And then Alice figured out that Millie was colorblind. So Millie was quite smart, though, because Millie is very smart, and she had a couple of things in her pocket. She had an orange, and she had a fruit. Can't remember what it was. Anyway, one of it was a much more darker red wine tone, and the orange is more orangey. And she held up these to the fox to get an idea of what, the equivalent was in what she could see. So she has said it's more carrot than plum or whatever it was. There are still some ambushes in various places, but Jim has moved the one that was between here and Rhodes. And he had like an event with the law which was the reason for it to be moved. And then the sheriff was complaining that there's now an ambush outside of his ranch. And Althea pointed out, it's like, well, that makes sense because they are targeting you because you are targeting them, and they have something against you. Like, story-wise, there's a perfectly good reason for him to be ambushing around there. I know he might not feel that. He might feel that's persecution, but it's story, really. It's just story. I cannot get enough of the scenery in this game, and I just simply cannot. Every hour of the day, every season, it's just amazing. Well, it's mostly one season, but we can make it more Christmassy. I know in Badger Hollow, we had so much fun at Christmas. Jim put all these Christmas trees everywhere, and he had his character, Johnny Keene, was Johnny Claus, and if you saw him, he would give you presents, and it was just a lot of fun. It was really simple, but it was just really festive. You had to find the Christmas trees, and you can visit them once a storm and get a gift. And the gifts were pretty simple things, like they were ammunition, gun, like weapons, food items. Lock picks. They were just regular items, but it just made it so fun. And a lot of them had money in. And there was because it was a relatively short time between when the server got going and Christmas, it gave a lot of people a lot of money that they could then use to help new players who came in subsequently. I spent a lot of my character's money on oh, and nobody's going to say, that sounds like cake or death. Do you know that the cake or death sketch? Like, nobody's going to pick death, are they? The word gets out that you're naughty, and if you say you're naughty, you get cold, and nobody's going to say that. Not that coal doesn't have its uses. Right now, we don't need coal to power boats, but I expect that will be coming. Right now, they want people to enjoy things without having to spend too much time and effort grinding to get the money for it, so it's very easy to find the money to live on the server. Very easy. Like one stagecoach pays for, definitely over a day's worth of food. we were briefly on another server before Jim started this one, and it was Christmas time, and they had decorated very nicely for Christmas. But the problem was they had a wreath on the "Welcome to Strawberry" sign, and it was like if you drove a wagon there, one of the delivery wagons they had it. $102. That's a good payout. Your wagon would get stuck under this wreath. Ah, well, he's not that naughty if he doesn't lie. Guy just standing on a bench for no reason. These guys are just standing on benches for no reason. You know, gentlemen, you're supposed to sit on the benches. You're not supposed to stand on them. Oh, hello.
Oh, well, hello there. How are you?
Oh, I'm quite well. I was asking these gentlemen if they had ever heard of the concept of sitting on benches.
Oh,
The one across the street is standing on a bench too. I think maybe it's a thing in Rhodes that you just stand
well,
on benches instead
it
of
might,
sit
might
on
be
them.
your eyes because they all sitting down for me.
Oh, they're not for me. They're all standing on. These two are standing on a bench, and then there's a fellow across the street that's standing on a bench too.
Well, maybe they stood up because a fine lady like you walked by.
Maybe that is why. Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's probably the reason.
Yeah, just did the stagecoach here. Paid pretty well. Quite happy
Oh,
about
okay.
that, yeah.
Very good. Well, Miss Ellie Mae here just opened up the gun store.
Oh, that's lovely. Hello. I'm Matthew Pope. I run the Blackwater Ledger newspaper. I'm writing about
there you go.
about stables opening. But
Oh, there you go.
you know, there's another gunsmith. That's lovely.
Well, we seem to have misplaced one down there in Valentine. I don't know what happened to that feller. And
Yes.
I guess that place is up grabs. So
Yes, I suppose.
this is a pretty good location to have a gunsmith now, too. You know, I mean.
What upsets me about Mr. Bigsby is he was just starting the new Hanover Gun Club, and he was going to have hunting, or the new Hanover Hunting Club. I can't remember what he called it now. It's a while. And he wanted me to mentor people in hunting because I've been doing it a long time. But honestly, my eyes are not that good anymore.
Oh, I didn't realize he was going to do that.
Oh yes, it was New Hanover Hunting Club. We just started to assemble, and we were going to have different guided outings for hunting and showing people how. He was quite interested in this concept of what did he call it? Sustainability, which is making sure that you don't hunt every last animal because remember those passenger pigeons. You used to see them everywhere in the skies. We'd be black with them, and now you barely ever see them.
Oh, that's true. That's true. A little conservation, I guess. Ain't gonna hurt nothing.
No, of course not. And sort of, if you see 9 buffalo or on a hill, the bison, you don't have to shoot all 9. You shoot 1 or 2, you get a lot of meat.
Just do like the Indians did. Just take what you need and leave the rest be for next time.
Yes, exactly. But I mean, I don't think that is quite what is happening. I just got a letter well, a guest column for the newspaper from it's a veterinarian named Millicent Johnson, and she was quite upset that people were dumping animal carcasses outside in the water in Blackwater, and she seemed quite upset.
Well, okay. Well, that's not good. I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Yes, I think it's because the fella there, the butcher, doesn't buy is it bighorn sheep or something? Um, One of them anyway, and I think they thought they were all the carcasses were those, so they just dumped them. But some of them were pronghorn. She said so.
Hmm. Well, I'll have to talk to that fella down there in Blackwater and see why the hell
Yeah,
he
maybe
buying
you
that
could
stuff.
just buy some, make sure. And the fishermen too. Like I can tell you right now that fellow in Blackwater doesn't buy the lake sturgeon, and I caught an enormous lake sturgeon in Blackwater. I don't know what the heck to do with it.
Quiet that dog before I quiet it for you.
Okay. Well, while I'm down there, since they're right by each other, I'll go talk to them both.
No, thank you. I appreciate
I'll
that.
go find out what the
Yeah, there's
problem is with
more
lake sturgeon.
roads.
Because honestly, they're kind of tasty if you really.
Well, yeah,
cook
but
'em
they got a lot of bones, Mr. Avery. A lot of bones indeed. So it's very difficult.
you
I
just-
find
you
them
just-
very bony.
You just pick them out now.
Hi, Tara. Hi, Nat. How you doing?
Well, hopefully you don't swallow one anyway. I mean,
Oh, I'm very tired. I'm quite worried about dying, getting fish bone stuck in my gullet. You know, I think that's a horrible way to go.
yeah, I don't think that would be a very good way to go. I guess.
It's almost as bad as my husband getting shot by his own gun. That's
Oh,
a terrible
is
way
it-
to go too.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That would not be pleasant.
Indeed, no. Well, what did you say your name was, dear? Oh, Ellie Mae. Yeah, I'm at the Pope, like I said. Well, I guess I'll be on my way, but it's lovely to see you are setting up a shop here in Rhodes. Rhodes is quite a lovely place.
Well, it's always a pleasure to see you, Miss Althena.
Right, well, you take care, dear, and I'll see you again soon.
All right, now you be safe out there.
Goodbye. Apparently they are seeing these people sitting down. It's just me seeing them standing up. Althea, don't walk through the horse shit. She may as well sell this pig stuff. Oh no, oh yeah, there's a trapper here now. I don't know why they both say butcher. Oh yes, I have rats. Why do I have 2 rats? One of these rats. Why I have 2 rats? Why does it keep telling me I have all these rats? Did I get the rats sold? I think they did get sold. No rats in her pocket anymore. Good. No, it's just there's something wrong with that, and I should mention that to Jim maybe that the rats like it doesn't really matter because you only sell 2, but the problem is which of those was the 2? Because I remember when this glitch happened before in Badger, you would click the first one and then it wouldn't sell, and then it was like the 4th one that was the one that actually sold them. So that's more the problem than the fact that you see a bunch of rats, is that only one of them works. So you have to kind of select them all to get them to sell. Oh gosh, it's still nighttime. I don't really know what to do with poor Althea in the nighttime.
Ma'am?
Go talk to the shady man in the dark, I suppose. Alright, where are we headed? Are you still RPing at him? Iceberg. Great. We'll pay decently, but I know the cougar seems to be back, so. I think Althea has spoken to Knox enough that I can. What is the lead story that some of the bandits have moved as a result of the camp raid and other efforts on the part of the sheriff's department, that the ambushers are choosing different locations that are not as known to law to no, it's gonna make me go through that freaking ambush. Problem is you can't just ride through there because it's such a bottleneck on that bridge. I think it was, yeah, Jack and Alice who got stuck going through there. Actually, this is not going to be that bridge. It's a different bridge. It is fine. I saw a video on a guy on YouTube who rated all of the ghost towns. All of the uninhabited towns on this place. And of course, because we are playing it as being in 1885, some of these ghost towns are not that old. I mean, they weren't that old to begin with, but, you know, some of them have been gone for over 20 years at the time of Red Dead 2. And that means they're only, like, gone a year or so. You know, there's still quite a lot of scope for businesses. We got a couple of applications in for some different things. Which I'm looking forward to seeing. Somebody wants a fishing business. So that's great. Carpentry prison. Yeah, exactly. Pleasance was like 2 years ago. We also rated them in terms of their amenities, if you wanted to stay there, which was pretty funny, considering some of them are like burnt out husks. Some of them are just like... I think Kay ended up winning. If I recall correctly. As having the best amenities. If you're gonna live there now. Alter was up there pretty good, except for the weather, marked down for weather. even think of Lakay as being particularly a town because there's like nothing in it but a couple of shacks and some. But I guess he felt it qualified as a abandoned community. Now, the last time I did this route, I made the mistake of thinking it stopped in Van Horn, but I know that does not stop in. Not stopping. Now they're speeding through the towns. Pretty. One of the things, like, I have a really good imagination for atmospheric stuff, so like you get the idea when it's cold or hot, or what's like this smell like. You know, I remember all of that from my youth. Yeah, Coulter just kind of. And I think Limpany also is a really fast decline, like fire. It just took it out. So that was like very quick. Ashka, hello. Oh, she's kind of getting a pretty penny in her pocket. Oh, $580. It's pretty good, Althea. She just want to end up back in Blackwater.
Morning.
I'm gonna do the Olympics. So when you get to Annisburg or Tumbleweed, you know there's no place to go but up. To Van Horn is very quick. But when you get to Van Horn from here, sometimes only one comes out.
Wagon's a beaut.
Oh, he likes it. Hey. Every time I see that alert for merch, I just think about how I need to take that off for a while so that I can finish my merch. It's a few servers ago, mirror merch. Yesterday was funny when coming out of there saying I haven't seen that cat in a while, and then instantly the cat shows up. Be careful what you wish for, or you will surely get it. I'm going to give that horse a wide berth. I got kicked enough by a horse the other day. It wasn't pleasant at all. Kicked by one of Ginny's horses in Blackwater. That was terrible. Hello, sir. Sir, it's not my fault. You did this. Good morning, Moon. I hope you're doing okay. Ah, exactly what I wanted. 4 passengers to Blackwater. I could not be happier. Right, I'm getting my. Wait a minute. This Moon's here. There. That's today's as well. Okay. That's gonna make me go through this town, through the town, isn't it? I do this because I am an old lady and easily confused. Oh, no, it's gonna make me go back that way. Her glasses are almost opaque. They're so thick. I love that I found her these old, terrible old lady glasses that she can barely see out of. Lower to Blackwater. Let's see if we all survive. Yeah, Althea can't see. I mean, she can see, but her glasses are often a hindrance more than a help. As in real life, glasses can be very dirty, and I realize that they're sort of helping you see, but not entirely. I have contact lenses for distance, and then I just wear readers for, reading glasses. 'Cause I find that's the combination that works best for me. If I don't have my contact lenses on, I do not need reading glasses, and my optometrist is quite surprised that I have reached this age without needing reading glasses naturally, but I don't. Yeah, although I understand the blue light thing isn't... I have them too, but I understand that's not even a thing. Just as a marketing thing, I guess. But what's more important is if you are comfortable in what you are wearing. Exactly. They weren't charging extra for it anyway, as far as I could tell. Like, I only ever buy really cheap cheaters, and I've got... Because I also don't need very strong cheaters. So, I think it's 1.25 or something. But I could probably get away with one, you just can't find them very much, so... I just need something to help a little bit. I find this is quite comfortable, like the distance I'm looking for my screen. It's pretty far. And I can see everything really well. Provided my glasses are clean. And I just buy like a package of 4 or something, and then I just have them everywhere. So I've got right now on my desk, I think I got like 4 other pairs of glasses. That's the one I'm wearing. You have multifocals? Yeah. Yeah, I read that that it really isn't. I mean, it sounded good in theory, but it really isn't a thing. All of mine used to have it, but I just stopped doing that. There's so many things that you learn, like as research progresses and science moves on and things, you just like there's stuff that we swore by when I was younger that just is completely out the window now. Like fish oil tablets. Like I remember being given cod liver oil tablets in school. We were handed them and then lined up at the water fountain to take our cod liver oil tablets once a day. Can you imagine a school forcing kids to have cod liver oil tablets now? It never would happen. And then we discovered that the cod liver oil tablets were the same size as the holes in the drain on the water fountain. But they stood right there next to you, so it was a little hard to get away with pushing your cod liver oil tablet into the hole. But you could do it if you could create a reasonable distraction. Oh my goodness. This, I think, is still an ambush site. The chance of it when you're alone is not that high. Oh, go on now there. He said, why do I say things like that? And I just jinx myself. If Richie was here, he'd be laughing because he was here when I said that. Oh, I haven't seen the cougar in a while. And then immediately, like not even a heartbeat later, the horse was dumping her because there was the cougar. It's really funny. Yeah, I used to work for the Heart and Stroke Foundation in Toronto years ago, and one of our researchers, I even remember his name, a guy named Dr. Bruce Holland, and he was doing research on fatty acids and lipids, and he was the lipid guy. And he was one of the ones who supposedly discovered that omega-3 fatty acids would help with heart health. And that was a thing for years. And just recently discovered, nah, not so much. Yeah, you do have an option to flee or engage. That's deliberate. I say that, but one time Alice and Jack went through, I think it was Alice and Jack, the Blackwater one, delivering a coach to Blackwater. And they, we just ran, like we didn't engage them. And then we dropped off the coach, and all of a sudden there was a very angry Del Lobo screaming at us, and he had clearly followed us, but it was just the one. It was so weird, because that never happened before or since. It was so strange. He was just suddenly there and shouting at us and shooting at us. And it was like, I am sorry, sir, that I ran through your little blockade, but... An NPC stole your horse? I've never had that happen. I've heard of it happening. I've just never had it happen to me. Is that the first time it's ever happened to you? Like I've heard of that happening on other servers. It's definitely never. It's never happened to me on any server. I mean, you definitely have the ones that you accidentally nudge and then they start shooting at you. That happens a lot. They're very touchy. It does not make sense for Althea to engage with ambushers at all. So. He's just gonna flee. Oh, we still have all 4 of our guys. So. Sometimes one of them gets shot by the ambushers. But this time it didn't happen. I heard them get a little restless. That's about it. He just hopped on and rode on. Oh my word. That's crazy. Althea should put up her news poster. Keep hoping somebody will send her news. We do have a guest column in the next issue of the newspaper. That's good. They stole Andrew's horse? Lynch them.
Well, that's a real sturdy looking wagon.
The stagecoach. All right, where do you want it? Here we go. All right, Black Woman Blackwater. She can probably put some of this money in the bank. Oh wait, no wait, we have things to do. Okay, let's look at posters.
Ma'am?
Oh, this is
Howdy.
yesterday I hired
You above
Lancelot,
working hard?
Dark Lancelot.
Ha, my money is working for me.
I really love that poster. And there's no Nakota. And Nana fixed his poster because he had L''E atelier and he fixed it. So I was going to tell him, and then I thought, you know, I'm not going to be that person. Where's Althea's notebook? I have notebooks for all my characters because I'm an old lady and I don't remember shit. And they have their names on the spines and they're color coded, and I keep forgetting because I've changed characters so much that I know I keep using the same books because I'm not wasting it. Okay, so Church Seeking Spiritual Guidance, Tumbleweed. She went and interviewed Kai yesterday because I've interviewed another stable, and then I realized, well, you know what? I really should go and interview Kai. See, the L''E atelier is much better. L'atelier. Right. Find her other poster. One of these days, somebody is going to. But if not, I just make stuff up. And I'm just contacting people and doing interviews because that's the easiest thing to do. It's a little difficult to make them interesting, but not impossible. It's funny because I was complaining yesterday on Alice that she wasn't really bonding with the with Yoki,
Hello.
and then Kai told Althea during her interview about how she thought Yoki was the perfect doctor's horse and knew what it was doing. So that made me feel a little bad. But I did want to give
Hello,
Alice an
dear.
excuse to buy another horse, which she did do. We might give Yoki a bit of a chance, more of a chance, but... Hi, Psycho, how you doing? What do I have? Alright. Usually, let my characters keep $100. Althea's getting up there. She's got over $4,000. Yes, I have been playing her for a while. Is it surprising? She's got $4,000. You're starting up AOD on a new server. Oh, where are you going?
Believe this? Went to the shop looking for a new rifle, and there's hardly a gun that costs less than 2 weeks' wages. The nerve!
Royalty? What is that?
I can't stop!
Oh wait, did I see bearded Yorkshireman on? I see him on something called Royalty. I may have done. Has he been streaming on there?
Hello, miss.
It's been 3 months. And
Yeah.
I
Oh,
still
that's what I saw. Yeah, it's really big.
Howdy.
Where's it based out of? I mean, I can kind of guess from the name, but I can. That is a big server.
One of the boats that are
Hi, Witchy. Are you on it too? I'm gonna switch over to LS. You enjoying it? This is modern day, right? I'm just gonna switch over to Alice and do a little Alice stuff. We did resurrect Frank and Oslin last night. They had been felled by some bandits on a northern road 8 minutes to this reset, and we knew there was no way a doctor was going to get to them. So we just logged out, and then we when we logged back in, there was no doctor on duty. So we thought, oh, okay, let's just we'll just get a medic to come and see them. How bad is the use of Gen AI on whiskey? What do you mean? I just noticed that. Or you mean on the posters? I mean, it's really hard to avoid. Oh, you're in with the AOD bunch? Oh, that's good. It's US based? No. We do detect AI on the applications and generally turn them down. If somebody's using AI and it turns out that it's translation assist, sometimes we'll let them give that a pass. Although I wish people wouldn't do that. I'd rather see their warts and all like attempt at describing their character than, because you can always kind of tell with an AI app that it's an AI app just because of the way they say things. It's not there's anything wrong. It's just that people don't write that way. It's very formulaic, and that's the other problem. Is it just? I'd rather say like we've accepted people warts and all, with a not particularly well written character description because the character's interesting and you can tell it was their own work, and that's all we want to see. Like we want to see some creativity from a person. We did have a person put forward a very classic storyline that's in a book with the same character name, and we said, no, you can't do that. Come up with something original, and it's fine. It's just I'm not really sure what servers would allow people to do that. I know we had a problem with that on medieval, as we had a couple of people basically ordering characters from TV shows and things. Why are you doing that? Don't do that. Or historic names. I've seen that on Badger, where I was not staff. They let somebody in who was Wild Bill Hickok, and I'm like, why would you do that? Don't do that. It's bad. Don't do that. Elvis is in Blackwater in the state law. Okay. Oh wait, maybe we better just change your clothes before we send her out in the world. Modern nightgown. I had her in her riding outfit yesterday, so maybe she should be wearing her skirt today. You have shoes, you have all your clothes, okay. Okay. Quite hot, so maybe it's just hot in the barn, it's cold outside. We'll see.
Evening.
Oh, not happy about that. That's not a thing I would like. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. That sounds like women are decorative props.
Yep.
So it goes.
Are there any women involved in management? I guess there's no. Is there anybody over the age of 35 involved in management? I guess is also no. Are there any rules in place to prevent women getting misogynistic treatment? Or is that all fine and dandy?
Evening.
Evening.
Alice has so much money. Jim is going to fix this, but it's like a low priority. The highest priority is getting people businesses and getting people's issues set up and stuff, and then the next is kind of new scripts and things. And then very far down the line are things like this, because
Hello.
he really doesn't care if Alice gets paid for existing, or the other doctors. Like, it's not just
We need the
Alice.
money.
but-
That's just life.
Can use a couple more. Well, maybe 5 medicated managers are enough to carry, to be honest. Need more regular bandages, though.
You know the one who
I'm
robbed
gonna
the
die.
store? Turns out he was just 14. Just a kid.
Every place has its problems.
Hi, Timothy. How are you doing?
Emptying.
People have taken a lot of whiskey. I didn't put that much whiskey in there, but I kind of like that places other than Blackwater are getting a bit of love on this server. Oh, which is it? Thank you. Sweetheart you are. You're always so lovely. Alright, let's pull some weapons out, because Alice needs some weapons. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I didn't know they were that obnoxious. Be nice to see you in there. I'm looking forward to that. It's just a Twitch thing. I didn't was I didn't mean to. I don't want to force anybody to subscribe. I want people to feel like they have to. Well, let's put your weapon away. Yes, I like Tess. I thought Tess was great. That whole group is great. Oh, to remind you to show. Yeah. Yes, Twitch do be a bitch. I'm tired of gathering up snake parts, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's that part of the map getting a lot of love and getting people who like to live there is quite nice. Don't know if my daughter's on. Oh, she might be. I guess I'd have to go home to check. I'm wondering if I should. I have a buggy here that I should probably bring home. Rhodes is getting a lot of love. Rhodes got a gunsmith today. So the parlor house is active. The gunsmith is going to be active. And St. Denis. Broder is here, and then this one is at. That one is at our house. Alright. Put the other one back to the house. I mean, I guess it's good to have a buggy in Blackwater, but I don't know. These buggies can really move. This buggy I bought, I drove it to their house. It said save to stable. I saved it to stable, and then I went, oh shit, we don't have a stable. Or it said save to house is what it said. Yeah, and you know, I guess if the script will let you do that, then you can. think this is the gum stable. So it's not the most feature-filled. I can't find... Damn it! That's all I want to do now. Just go two-wheeled on this, or one-wheeled on this buggy. This is only got a it's only a two-wheeled buggy. Alice is also a major bandit avoider, if she can. She's not taking on bandits by herself. Not a good enough shot. Getting cold again, so we shall put on her jacket. That'll take our arms off, but that's fine. Yeah, the most stable. Yeah, I mean, that all makes sense. I mean, I think Jim would consider Sire stable scripts. He's got other ones. Just, you know, when you're first starting out your server and you just, it's like Sire's got a lot of features that if you don't have a lot of people who are interested in horse training, like horse breeding, that it's kind of a waste to get. And I don't know if you can, you know, switch from gum to Sire without causing some issues, because I know we did that on medieval. Yeah, that's the thing. That's a problem with all of these escrow scripts is, you know, if people lose interest in keeping them up, then you're stuck with these escrow scripts, so you can't do much with. You know, the horse trainers can talk among themselves and decide, you know, what it is they'd like to go with. But sometimes it's just, you know, good to kind of live with it for a bit, because, you know, there's pretty new things going on, right? So, including your stable, so. Kind of get things up and running, and then we'll look at making improvements. Jim's definitely open to all kinds of things. What he'd really like is to be able to have time to work on custom scripts so that you're not stuck with these escrowed scripts that you can't do anything about. And some of these scripts do break a little bit, but I mean, like the medical script, the first thing he had was medic, the /medic script, and he wrote that in a couple of hours after he got downed walking around. And he was the only one on it, so. We have a massive platform now. Jack has been told by Millie that she didn't want a platform that big, so he's gonna cut it down. I didn't mean to kill my horse, but that's fine. I meant to get out of this. Wait, I need to get a little closer. Alright, the reason I'm not using Yoki right now is mostly because is her actual wedding ring. She has all this stuff in here. Give Yoki another chance. Hi, Yoka! I'd unlock the door and not try to just push my way through it. Yeah. Although, it's nice to have somewhat bigger horses. Like, I think it makes sense for some of the Mustangs to be bigger. I don't know why my UI flashes like that. Gotta remember what I had in there. I think it was 3. Apples. Okay. Really wants to run out of the barn. Just calm down. Look how dead it is. It's dead. It's very dead. Would you like me to make it less obvious? Yeah. Snake gone. Let me get rid of this silver ore. I think there's... I don't know if they're buying the silver ore yet. I suppose I should go check. I have quite a lot of silver ore. I get it from gold panning, I believe. I have a lot of athletic stuff. These I don't even know they're still on because they shouldn't be. Adrenaline wasn't a thing. I'm enjoying it. I mean, I enjoyed it enough that I became staff because I really do believe in Jim and want to help him make a real nice server. I don't think I can do camp now. Oh, I can. Okay. Let's see if it brings back 6 of everything. Nope, just 1. Alright. Reset the camp every so often. I don't really need this, like, tent. It's just kind of there. We could just move this chest, but, we don't really need it. It was good to have all this stuff for the party, though. Now we have this combination thing. So we've got, like, a house thing here. House things. And then we have camp things. And this is mostly house furniture, but these torches are camp things. And so you make quite a nice little camp if you have one at your home. You have to have this camp, like this is compulsory, you have to have that, but you don't really have to have anything else. But one of the nice things about the camps is you get quite a few storage boxes with them, so that's nice. How have you been doing? You okay? Alright, so I got rid of the leaf. No matter what I do, end up with more snake stuff because we just have a snake spawn right there. I'm just not gonna like snake stuff, but we have quite a lot of snake stuff. We have 23, and we're not even trying. I should get those alligator pelts. Putting fish in here too. I don't know why the trapper didn't take the feathers. I don't know if that's something I have to check. Stringy meat. Like, I really should not be collecting stringy meat. I don't think I'm gonna cook anything with stringy meat. I might go to Valentine and get rid of all that stuff. I'm gonna have more fish stuff soon, which I'm looking forward to. I really should have her pet out more. Valentine. If Millie's not here, what I wanted to do is check and see if Millie's here. I know Dunn's coming, but he's coding right now. He's working on a script for a job. A civ. He calls it a civ/crim job. But it's a high risk, high reward job. But in testing so far, it's mainly risk and death, so it's not quite ready yet. He's learning how to script. He's really working hard on learning how to do scripting for here. And Richie has joined the staff team. I think he and Jim just have to get their heads together and figure out how to what he wants to do and how he's going to do it. Exactly. Now, what you want is a cake or death. Cake or death is fun. Because then you could just have cake and no death. Hi, Hopeless. Nice to see y'all getting set up in rows. If you run out of cake, well, you better not run out of cake. There's just no excuse for running out of cake. Jim got you all set up, sorted up there. Do the Ellie thing, yeah. I think you'll get on well with the new roads folks. There's quite a few of them. The road should be quite active, which is nice. Roads business group, yes. There are some quite keen roads fans who've recently joined up and are ready to welcome everyone to roads. Rotations, yes. Wait, that's more Murphy ring. Giving Yoki another chance. Because on Althea went and interviewed Kai Begay at in Armadillo yesterday, and I was using Yoki as an example of ooh, Camden and Pacific Lumber Company opening soon. We have the nicest looking. I love these posters. I know they're templates, but honestly, I love that, and I love this. I think this is so great. This is Dai's Venture. This is really nice. I love that. This is gonna make Althea so busy. She might need to have 2 pages in her. It's just not practical to have 2 pages right now because I can only publish it on the board. There's Tessa's ad. Nakamura Gunsmithing. Oh, she's got a new ad. Okay, that's new. But there isn't an ad for Elle's Irons. So Alice doesn't know it's open. I'm gonna have to find out it's open somehow. Right, this is coming up on Friday. and Millie is beyond excited about it. I always like that area. Like we lived in, over on Badger. Lived at what was called Cozy Corner then. I don't know what it's called in most games, but it's the ranch just a little away from, with the fence, just a little away from Emerald Station. Alice brought, yesterday stopped and gathered a bunch of wheat and brought it to Petronella. All right, let's bond. Yoki. Actually, I'm not sure she should bond with Yoki. I guess I don't know what we have to do. They're mostly done in Canva, I think. Is my guess. Or another layout program like that. Canva's pretty popular. Yeah, I do everything in Canva. I'm not trying to make these, like, these old, the ones that, I guess I could ask, Tokyo, if she's been making a bunch of them. She makes, like, the ranch ones, pronghorn and breastwater. I have had premium for a while, and I mean, I'm retired, and I probably shouldn't pay for premium, but I can't do without it. I have to have it. This is about one of the very few foods on here that feed the core, the gold core. And it's because it's gyms. Yeah, I love premium. Because I just make so many mistakes and I have to re-download everything. So I have to be able to get everything for free. Like, I can't afford it. I can't afford to not have free, to be honest. Right, Alice needs to drink something and she's also filthy. Gosh, not filthy, but... Wonder if I should play Stagecoach Roulette with... Because that's how Althea got to Rhodes, was Stagecoach Roulette. And I was going to send her to, like, she was going to walk towards a parlor, and then she saw Ellie's blackboard. And all those guys were standing up for me. I'm going to grab some eggs. I don't think we need them, but... Yes, we'll get them because they're free. There's not very many, but bad day today. Really? I've used it in real life for a lot of stuff. I won't have to anymore because of work, but You know, it's always there. A lot more AI stuff now, and I've just had to come to terms with it. I've had to come to terms with the fact that my beloved etching filter is AI, but I'm not giving it up because it's based on. I'll get punched 3 times a day at that shop. This is awful. The etching filters just makes the newspaper look better. You have to be very, very careful. Like, I had to redo the picture for the distillery picture several times because you could see that banner on the side of it, and it just kept writing nonsense on it, and I just couldn't have it. Like, I don't mind. Well, I do mind having to use AI for it, but I really didn't want the banner for it to say nonsense. Like, it was doing okay with the main, the main label of it is Armadillo Alcohol Distillery, and it was fine with that. But then on the side there was like a swirl, and it says the best distillery in the country. Drink until forget your problems. Like, it's actually incorrect. It's missing a word. It should be drink until you forget your problems, but it just says drink until forget your problems. And they did that because they wanted it to be the same length as the line before. And there was no way AI is gonna pull that off. Like, AI is absolutely not going to be able to figure out how to what those words are. Or at least not yet. So I'd have to. Retook the picture until I had everything lined up just right, that it didn't. You couldn't see what it was telling people to do. I guess I should go on duty actually. There. Right. We'll do.
Ma'am?
Hello, sir. Hello. He's just gonna have a think. Oh, no, Alice, get out. I don't like when you get in there, Alice. You get very grumpy if you get in there, Alice. Stand up here, but if you stand up too close, then you knock that brake off. Really weird. Oh, where were we going?
What
4
a wagon.
people,
Damn fast.
and I didn't see where we were going. Okay. It's not Annisburg, it's Van Hook. Well, I mean, it's a tool. I mean, I wish it didn't, didn't negatively affect people in the way it does, but it is a tool that is basically, I think, like, wait a minute, that's blatant insurance fraud. Sir, why? Did you see him jump in front of there? That was insurance fraud right there. He did. It was blatant attempted insurance fraud. The nerve. The absolute nerve. That guy was trying it too. They're trying to get money from the DOD. I heard Alice has a lot of money in the bank and they're being very shifty. And starting to spend her money. I don't, but I mean, they're acting like I do. This over here to the left is Alice and Jack's camp. When we first got to the county, and the camp script got put in, we tested it over there on that camp. And we still have it for kind of sentimental reasons, although we obviously don't need it anymore. We've got our house, but we do like this area so much that we do camp here every once in a while. Exactly. And they've been, like, really, in my company, really being very serious and thoughtful about the implementation of AI, how to help as opposed to replace. And I work in a service industry, a thought-based consultancy, and tools like this never replace people, so that's good. But they're doing tasks. They're getting it to do tasks that are tedious and repetitive, and so people can better use of their time. And also just things that should be, using our own data and information, but helping us sort it and understand it better to come up with, better ideas and better solutions and things, which is really good. So nobody's in danger of losing their job over it. It's just, how can we leverage it to make it work for us and make new offerings and better information gathering and better information sorting and so on. So that's pretty good, but I mean, there's still some processing issues and I don't mind it. I played around with it a bit for images and things back in the day, but then, I realized, okay, they're really, like, this art isn't coming out of nowhere. Bit different when it's like I feel that etching is not really ripping off any particular artist. It's a technique. Okay, I'm going to use that as my excuse for still using the etching filter from Canva. And it's basically taking your source material and applying a mechanical technique to it. So I'm not that fussed about it. But even then, I do have to be careful that it doesn't, like, just show nonsense. It was like at the size I'm using it, it doesn't really. But for example, there was a picture of that Pronghorn Ranch trail ride that Althea put in the newspaper, and if you blow that picture up, the horses in the distance are pretty strange looking blobs. But in tiny miniature, they're fine. I mean, I had to really blow up that picture to see that problem myself. But at the size of which it was always going to be done, it's fine. $123. I think that's the most I've ever got. I had 120 before. 123, I think, is got to be right up there. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, people will feel the lack of it because we're already seeing a lot of nonsense out in the world. You need people to understand and interpret it. You can't just let it loose because it's not smart enough. Oh. Yeah, that's a little bit off. I've seen some. I mean, it's better than it used to be. It used to never be able to figure out that most human beings have 5 fingers. So that was a thing that it didn't do. Where are we going? Keep talking to chat and not seeing where my destination is. Did anybody see it? That's engineer. Not roads. That's a random waypoint that I didn't mean to set. The Emerald Station is included in this, but I think it hardly ever comes up. Oh, we're going back to Valentine. Okay. I don't know why it is, but an Emerald Station hardly ever shows up as a destination. It shows up as a, like, if you're in that area and you want to do a stagecoach, you can do a stagecoach out of there, but... And I had Jim check it, and it's, So now taking a door is a thing? Does that become a phrase on the server? Oh, take a door.
That's one fancy wagon you got there.
It's a stagecoach. I don't understand why people think these stagecoaches are so fancy. They keep saying, I know it's just that they're programmed to say that to any player wagon that they see, but it's just so weird to hear them say it about stagecoaches. And sometimes even like the guy at the stagecoach office says it, and it's like, you just gave it to me, it's a stagecoach. Why are you complimenting it? Oh, she's getting so dark. Wish Millie was around. I want to go fishing. I mean, I can go fishing. Just more fun with a friend. Exactly. Why have we no door? I know there are people go around stealing like copper pipes and things because they can get money for copper. Doors, I don't think are that. Although doors are quite expensive, so maybe there is a reason to steal doors. Kind of a rather blatant theft. A little too blatant. Hard to conceal. I mean, in real life, it would be impossible. In game, if you have one sync issue with doors, or yeah. So this used to be our old house and property on Badger. But, we decided not to go with the same property. We decided to try something different, and I think Pecker Point was a good choice, especially since. And I literally did not realize. I knew we were looking at Pecker Point because that's what we called it on Badger, but that we were the Johnsons of Pecker Point, that actually didn't occur to me until after. I was streaming when it occurred to me, and I laughed. On our previous server too, we had the MLO for a big ostentatious event space that was up here, and is it up there? I don't know. And it was yeah, I think it was up. It's called and we called it the Peak of Fashion, because it's where there were tailors, but I can't remember. It was in one of these peaks. No, not the horse track. It was. Do you remember seeing it? It was the Peak of Fashion. It was like a fancy, like Jack and Alice got married there. It was a big event space with. Oh, Jim is not going to do the horse track. The horse track is buggy as all get out. We had it on Badger, and I think they had to deactivate it because it was so bad. So, well, it was either Badger or Emerald. One of the servers had it, and it was bad. I don't think he put it in because it was really buggy. Gave everybody headaches. It was just a weird place. Like, it was just weird. It was very headachy. We crashed there all the time. And it was just a whole weird concept, but that was because, oh, it must have been on the server before Badger. I don't think we did have it on Badger. It was because the principals on the server had the Emerald Ranch, and they wanted everything to happen there, so. I don't really know what to do with her. Let me check. hate typos. Really? Yeah, it's so buggy. I don't know why it's so buggy. Well, I do know why it's so buggy. It's bad code. Bad job coding it. And, it's such a mammoth thing. It just takes up so many resources. And for what? Like, it doesn't really help that much. Alright, I'm giving this horse another chance because... Wait, have I done everything I need to do here? I might get some more water, yes. I actually have Alice cook at home sometimes. Cook for her family. Her daughter was ill, so I made her crackers. She couldn't keep anything down, so she had tea and crackers. Yeah, the idea that you'd have to run around an oval for a horse race is... Yeah, you want to run around an oval? Yeah, we got an oval for you. Valentine's an oval. Am I off?
Yeah.
Alice? Are you good? Hi, Stevie. Oh! That was a really good shout. I need a stretch. Hydrate. I do have water. I have some coffee still. I'm working. Everybody have a good stretch. How are you doing? We're just talking about Millie. Already did vitamins Moon was in. And as soon as I see Moon, I just literally have a Pavlovian response to seeing Moon. I immediately start thinking about vitamins. The years of bullying have taken their toll. They have had an effect. The work here is done. Between the two of you, I might survive for a while. How are you feeling today? Weather's been cooler. I'm hoping. Ooh! Adventure. I think I might do an IRL thing tomorrow. Magnet fishing? Always like you, where you throw magnets over the side of bridges and things and see what you can pull up. that is? I think I saw a guy on YouTube doing that. And it was in America, so they were pulling up things like handguns. And they then have to call the police and say, I found a handgun. Oh yeah, I mean you... one of my favorite YouTube channels for a while was this woman named Nicola White, who's a mudlarker on the Thames in London, and she has a license to, you know, do mudlarking, and that's such an old thing to do. And she finds the most interesting things, and she's just such a sweet, calming human being that it's nice. She does these like lovely videos of and then does, you know, research on the stuff that she's found. What the heck is that? I'm giving Yoki another chance because I do have another horse on order, though. Oh my, really? Yeah, that's an interesting find of a gun, as opposed to finding guns that were used in recent crime, which is what the U.S. magnet hunters seem to always find. Every time you add something to this script, to the crafting script, it puts it at the top for some reason, I think. These are things we used to have on at our bakery on Badger. There's a number of specialties that were our things on Badger, and then were just other things. But we had a bakery. Yeah, Neiman Drops is still misspelled from Badger days. We should put a chair here, like a lounge chair or something. Because we really don't have any like furniture, like living room furniture, but your stove can do what? I think you just need a stove prompt. You can get Jim to put in a prompt for the cooking on your stove. I think like our stove didn't do this. We had got Jim to put the stove crafting stove prompt here. You just need to ask him, like, put in your ticket Oh, by the way, can I have? Because what we can do is, you know, we can come to your place and we get a coordinate for the stove, and then you can put a prompt there. We didn't have a pump here, so we went to the Saint Denis store and bought a pump and put it here. But for this, we had to get him to put the stove prompt in, and this was just our storage that we put the prompt in, because you can do that from your house menu. We just asked him for a stove prompt, and he can go to your property, or any of us can go to your property and get a coordinate for it, and then you can just drop it in there. It's no problem. It's easy to do. Work about a few moments. If you've got a stove in your property, like I don't know which property you've got, but if you get a stove there, which property is it that you've got? It's a 201, but I can't see them anymore when they're bought. It's one of the Rhodes ones? Or is it are you talking about like the Dewberry Creek house? It's all the way down. Like a Braithwaite one? Is it this one? Near Shady Bell. That Shady Bell? Oh, one of the new houses? I don't even know which one it is. To be honest, I have no idea where it is. I haven't even looked at all the new houses yet. It's a new house near Shady Bell. So, in relation to that, which direction is it? At the water side? Left from the track. Like this track you're talking about? Near the crossroad. Okay. There's this crossroad? You said at the very bottom. The big line. This border? So, but is it on the water? Like here? It's like, is that nearby? Or to the left? So, like, here? Yeah, there? Okay. Let's just see if we can get a coordinate. I'm just gonna go invisible because. Stop. What is in your hand? Right. The doors are still broken? Okay, is that it, like there? This is it? Okay, let's go in. I should be able to go in no clip, so... Okay. So, whoa, slow! Why are you going so fast? Very slow, because I'm slow. Okay. Yeah, this is fancy. Okay, So, is there kitchens in here? Come on, no clip. Right. Where's your kitchen? I gotta look around. I haven't been in here. Itchy. Got so many tables. Okay, so here's your sink. Here's your stove, right? Why is it bouncing off things? Come on, no clip. Ah, no. Not what I want to do. Where's menu? Why is it so? Why am I so close all of a sudden? Okay. I think that should do. Why am I dropping to the ground? I'm not even touching my computer. Why is it doing this weird shit? Okay. Come on. Alright, I should be able to paste that into something. Just get her back up where she was. Alright, can we just get out of here? We'll just unenable it. Oh, okay. She's again. Yay. Alright. Alright, I can send that to Jim. Or we can just put that in your ticket. Where's your ticket? It would be help if I was actually in the... I put it in that ticket, so... It's so funny to not have the professor in here to torment us. Every time I come in here, when the professor, the NPC horse is in here, it just kicks her. It just, like, works really hard at kicking everybody. Oh, that's gone weird again. Okay. I bet there's a snake there, too. There's a snake? Of course there's a snake. Actress. Yeah. Althea wears black and she's dying all the time. Like, Althea's a widow, so she wears black and she's always... Like, it's always hot. Althea is not hot. I mean, metaphorically. physically, yeah, she's boiling all the time because she's in widow's weeds and she's black, wears black, and she has a black horse. Where is the eagle? Oh, there it is. Oh, we're always worried because sometimes he gets stuck down in the barn, and then he tries to fly away and he can't because he's into the barn roof. So I reposition him every so often. Rufus is just always there. See, look at this thing that Dunn built. Millie asked for a, well, basically Millie asked for this size of thing, but it has to get it up higher. It needs a like you can't just put the ladder on top because we tried that. You put the ladder on top of this ladder, but then you need a platform to go up. But then something has happened to this ladder. Oh, he fixed it. He fixed it. But now she's got this mammoth thing and she's just like, it's too big. So he's going to take some of it off. I guess he can use this floor as the roof of the bathhouse. We might have to put a light in there. But Millie wants a platform for watching foxes where she can just sit. But this is way too big. I don't know what he was thinking. But it's kind of fun because you can see like our whole property pretty much. And the wolves can't get you. Wheat is not a summer fabric. Wheat is warm. I thought everything is get-a-holdable on the internet now. No? I have a friend who wears utility kilts. Have you ever worn those or seen those? He only wears them because propriety demands he wear clothes because he's a nudist. And he's, in his 70s, so you just can't show your bits. Nobody wants to see your bits. You can't show your bits and then nobody wants to see that kind of thing. But he's always been a clothing optional kind of guy. He's a fishing buddy of ours and he's always kind of a clothing optional type of guy. I wonder what she should do. Yeah, I'd have to order it. That's a bit much. Well, I don't really know what to do now. Dunn is still coding. I could go fishing. And I have one. 3-piece tweed suit's got to be pretty sharp. Well, she's in pretty good shape, actually. We have had luck here before, but it is quite a strong current, so why are these eggs not stacking? I dropped them off the house. What is with those eggs? They will stack in a storage, but they don't stack in your pocket. I don't know what is up with the eggs. My mother used to sew, and when I was a child, I didn't have a store-bought dress till I bought one myself for my friend's wedding. I thought about that recently and thought, a lot of people, like at the time, all I wanted was store-bought clothes. And my mother would say, oh, it's too expensive, we're going to make it. And she would make it. And it wouldn't look anything like, my classmates' stuff. And now I think about it and think, I had such cool clothes, like really unique and different. Although, mind you, her choices were largely based on what was on sale and what was the most colorful and busy.
Head still rolling from the road.
Just wait a minute and see if we see some bubbles. There is a difference between current and fish bubbles. That's current. Well, we've caught some pretty big fish right here. It has been a while since we have. But it's just down the road from Pecker Point, so... It's 86 degrees. Come on, Alice, get your arms on. You really should do that undercover, but there's nobody around, so... It's of you guys, and you didn't see it, right? Is that a fish? The way they do the rises, when the fish comes to feed on the surface and you see the little rise, it's really well done. As someone who used to fish a lot, they approve. What I also like is there isn't some stupid minigame in your face ruining the view. That I also do care for. I really prefer... I hate unnecessary mini games, and Jim does too, like with a passion. Like, you're gonna chop down a tree. You don't need to do a game. You just chop the damn tree. You don't know what I'm talking about? What do you mean? Need to go fishing some point this summer? Yeah, I used to fish all the time. My husband taught me how to fly fish. And we really liked it. We did. The arms thing? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, phew. Murphy steals your arms. God damn it, Murphy. Stop taking my arms away. Stop dragging my arms around. Paraphrase. That was a pretty bad paraphrase. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it makes me so sad to fish now because, he's never going to go fishing with me again. Never going to get to go fishing with him again. And it just makes me sad and makes me feel like not going fishing. Plus, going fishing, like fly fishing, at least, is just so much gear and so much stuff you have to have, and there's so much second guessing of what you need to have with you for flies and tippet, and I don't know. I think about how much work it is to go fly fishing. I just want, and all my equipment is out of date now. Like it's all old stuff. My waders and wading boots. It's all old technology now. Like everything is at least 10 years old or more. That would have been fun. Well, probably not at the time. Depends on how big the seal was. Is that deer gonna... No, that's not the right kind of deer. Come on, fish. This gun belt isn't even on this outfit. It's just... It's a leftover from her base game outfit. Come on, fish. No, Alice has got fish stink now. Walk over here and come back. Walk away and come back. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't. This is going to be one of the times it doesn't. Dennis' this problem because he always makes his pets be quite large, and then they have problems with busting out their clothes. So he always has a neckerchief on because for some reason the big torso doesn't match with the neck and head very well. So he always has to have a neckerchief. He can't very often take his It's always a crapshoot about whether, like, if you want a coat or something, you can't really have a coat because he's either has to not have a coat or he can never take a coat off. Well, we tried, Yoki. We tried. Fish know it's reset and they didn't come out. I started off the day with $200. I bought some things, I sold some things, I did a stagecoach with you. And Alice has been, Alice had been on duty because I had been prepared to go to calls. But right now the doctors are getting paid whether or not they're on duty. And I tell people don't feel bad about that because Jim will fix it when he has a chance and it's not the end of the world. But I have $750, so Alice is netted $518. Alice is rich. I'm giving Yoki another chance because it's something that Kai said to Althea last night. I just said, okay, I'll just I'll give him another chance because she keeps saying it. I don't know whether it's true or not. I don't necessarily think he rescued her from a snake bite, from dying from a snake bite, I should say. She got bitten by the snake, and then he supposedly got her to the doctor in Armadillo without like getting upset about the snake. But oh yeah, I'm just gonna drop off those eggs. But she said that she thought he would be a very good doctor horse, like very steadfast and brave. Yeah, I'll give him another chance. Goldie's just so small. I think there's some animal fat out there. We've got to consolidate, like deal with our storages because there's stuff everywhere. This is her pearl necklace, and I can't find a necklace like it in anywhere. So, like in Murphy, there's no necklace like that. I'm gonna take the fish all outside. Alice's jewelry. I'm very much not a jewelry person, so I don't ever think to wear jewelry. I even took off my wedding ring a few years after my husband died. I just took off my wedding ring. I'm just not really a jewelry person. And I wasn't married anymore. And I just started to feel like it was not something I wanted to wear. There's nothing wrong with wearing it, I just felt like it was time to not wear it. I don't know how to say it other than that. I felt like the right time to take it off. Are you coming after reset done? Hey, pigs. You just went back. All right, I think I'm going to take a brief break and resume after the reset. Just put up some pictures, play some music. All of my names, all of my stream names for the last week or so, or a little bit, have been song titles by Willie P. Bennett. He's a Canadian folk music writer, performer, really amazing. And I don't remember which one I picked. Music in Your Eyes. Okay. That. And I don't have it splitting, so it might get taken out of the pod, but okay. I don't know if I have this by Willie himself. Oh yeah, I do. I'll be back in a minute.
When I was younger, in the days of my youth, I used to sit down and watch the river go down, and send my dreams there around the bend, hoping they'd come back again. But now long times go by, at least once a day, I sit and think about when you were holy, and eager to see what you could find. It's funny how we lost the time. And you wonder why.
Hi, Lancelot. I saw your poster. It was really great.
Can't get to sleep. It's not the devil's or the feelings inside us, the peace of mind I seek. And you stand there staring, I'm standing laughing. I come all this way, and all you ever said was, that's okay. Music in your eyes, I can tell by your surprise that you've been doing fine. So don't give me no more lies. We'll understand it all in time. Yeah, music in your eyes, God, I love to watch you dance. Don't be feeling shy. I know you know how. You're not sleeping now. When I came into this town, I knew my hands were bound. You say you have to pay for your ways or else go underground. But I said, music by your surprise that you've been doing fine. So don't give me no more lies. We'll understand it all in time. Don't place me in a hole, 'cause that's not the way to do it. I have to keep on changing my face till I can quit being confused. My music in your eyes, I can tell by your surprise that you've been doing fine. So don't give me no more lies. We'll understand it all in time. We'll understand it all in time. Yes, we understand all in time. If you got lace and pretty flowers, give your baby, get her under your power. If you've got silks and sweet perfume, you know she might come up to your room. But if she's got soul, she knows she's gonna bowl you over. And when my baby rolls me over, I feel like I wanna fly. Yes, I feel like I wanna fly. But if you've got satins, lots of money, diamond rings and such things to trap your honey. You've got big black cars, you want to let her ride. You give it all to her, she might come over to your side. But if she's got love and a deep devotion, it gets just as deep as the ocean. Just you two inside. Just you two inside. Got a house, a mansion in the country, give it all to her. She could still be empty. You could be the richest man in the world, but there's nothing I know of that'll buy you the heart of a girl. But if you've got love and a deep devotion. Just as deep as the ocean, with just you two inside. Just you two inside. Blackie and the rodeo king, they were just good friends. Been to every rodeo and they rode on every old train. And Blackie lived out her life every night trying to sort out the lies that people would tell her. And the rodeo king was an Indian who found the bottle a better friend than any old white man. Through 20 years of fighting with the Brahmas and the horses and the women, Blackie picked him up one night laying face down in the gutter. And with her heart on her sleeve that life tailored for the street, she knew that she must talk to him. The stories he told her were enough for him to hold her and her to hold on to him. I counted scars of one another as we watched the level of the bottle go around. And Blackie was a beauty, though why she was very hard to tell. But the faces the Lord put on us are the actions of a heart that love can fill. Heart to heart they're living now, Blackie and the rodeo king. Counting scars and one another as we watch the level of the bottle go around. And Blackie was a beauty, though why she was very hard to tell. But the faces the Lord put on us are the actions of a heart that love can fill. Heart to heart they're living now, Blackie and the rodeo king. Blackie and the rodeo king. Blackie and the rodeo king. Blackie and the rodeo king.
Okay, I am back. I haven't actually managed to do anything, but I do have food cooking, so I will have to take a break in a bit and do with my food. Alligator coach. Oh no, no, no. Oh. The terror of the swamps. Okay. I think we're doing Jack and Alice. So Jack and Alice. Alice some more. Okay, sorry, just dealing with things on traditional. Okay, let me. Alice needs to change her clothes. She's been going with her blue skirt outfit today. And she would like a top with it, if that's not too much trouble, Mr. Murphy. Thank you. And she put her weapons out because she's got. Alright, I'm making it to fix the merch shop. Oh, honestly, too much Doherty stuff. And I don't play on there anymore. Hi, Gochi. Alice. Let's play Shoot the Snake time again. Yeah, we never really run out of snake parts. You can sell the snake skins. In Badger, you couldn't sell the snake skins, and Dungeons decided to keep all of his for trophies. And there was some talk of making them into advanced bandages or something, but it just never happened. So we just had this big stockpile of snake skins. But here you can sell them, so you don't have to stockpile them. Wichita, go! Hello. You done some crime, Harvey, in the meantime? Filthy criminal. I've done some really boring Civ RP in the meantime. I could go on my crime character and do some crime. We haven't really done any crime on our crime characters, because I know we've had some actual, like, legit stuff to do, because they own a bar. So, oh wait, she's got problems. You got problems. Go to sleep. See you soon, I hope. You haven't kidnapped anyone and blown their place up? A likely story. I hope there was RP behind that. There was a reason you would kidnap that person and blow their place up. I hope there was something leading up to it. Is all I'm saying. It wasn't just random. Oh, see, my eagle has trouble flying sometimes. And I don't know whether to just watch him struggle or to fix him. Sometimes he gets out of it. This time it looks like he's going to be stuck. Oh, no, I got out. Yay. Goes for a little fly. And we have an owl that is not a pet that comes and sits on the house quite randomly. I'm gonna go to a strawberry. Alright, there's story reasons. There's story reasons. I just heard there's a fair number of Red M servers where it's pretty freaking arbitrary and like people just like to blow things up. I'm not a big fan of that. Like there's got to be reasons. Yeah, there's a lot of hunting right around where they live. Where am I going? Try something new? How dangerous is this gonna be? Not too. I'm going to strawberry anyway. I should know where that is. I might have to leave you for a minute while I'm in strawberry because I have to get my hamburger. I smell that it is cooked. Oh! Hello? very, very fast. I have a feeling I might know who that is. One of the things that Jim was considering putting into the stagecoach and delivery jobs is damage. If you are too reckless, you may not get paid. Or not paid as much. Ideally prevent people from driving like maniacs. Because they don't expect to see anybody on the road. You don't have to min-max deliveries and stagecoaches. Just do a couple. Enjoy. Look at the scenery. It's very easy to make money on here. You don't have to struggle, so you don't have to, like, I need to make $10,000 in my first 3 days on the server and be a tremendous success.
Hello.
I'm gonna go on duty because people are gonna die. People are going to die. I was thinking. I just hear. Wolf. Sometimes there's a wolf that spawns and comes and eats this butcher. Just a random dog. Oh, I'll just squat down here for a sec. Alice, why? Get up. Stop being a squatty person. I think I heard a person.
How do you do, miss?
Hey, I won't be around long. You scared the shit out of me, though. Hello.
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 How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Okay, that sounds good. No weird... Anything weird noticed? Nothing? Everything's good?
I don't think anything weird.
Don't smell anything weird? Don't feel anything
No.
weird? Alright, well that's
Not more
good
than
then.
usual.
Alright, well that's good then.
Miss?
Alright. I do a stagecoach and see if Wyndon's gonna come. 2 to Annisburg? That's torture. Why? Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me, 2 to Annisburg? that's crummy. I have to go slow because Nox will absolutely charge her. We're going too fast now. And Esbring is great. What's that? An Esberg? We used to have a bakery in the Strawberry on our previous server. Oh, Annisburg. Annisburg is it's interesting. Do you like that weird German saloon thing? Our bakery used to be on this rock, basically. The MLO for it was covered kind of that, most of that rock and a little bit on this land. Or part of it. It was mostly here, I guess. And it was nice, but... And Jim probably owns it, so it probably could come back if there was a need for it. One of the problems with it was it was insanely cold inside the bakery, which made no sense. And the kitchen was the coldest part of it, which also made no sense. So we had to just get fires, I think, at the store and put these like under things so that they would warm up other parts of the bakery. And it was still very cold. Okay, Alice needs to put her coat on. I also just very quickly have to go off to the side here and check my food. I'll be right back.
you're lucky to keep wagging like that. You bet you're too far out in it.
Sorry, I was so hungry. I could do without the Annisburg cougar. I had a run-in with that the other day. Yesterday morning? Feels like a longer ago, but I guess yesterday morning I made the comment to chat that it had been a while since we saw it, and the second those words left my lips, my horse bucked off Alice, and the cougar was right there. Absolutely, the second she thought that, she was punished. Excuse me, sir, please. Oh yeah, you got married. Have you got honeymoon plans? You're gonna go on a fancy trip to, I don't know where you live in the game, but when my character and Duns got married on Badger, we all went to Saint Denis to play poker, a group of people from the wedding, and then we all went to Guarma. And Alice and Jack, I think that might have been their first time going to Guarma, or possibly just second, whatever. We went with the group, and it was a lot different going with the group. It was a lot more fun to have all the people around, and there was a nice gold panning spot on there at that time, and on that server. Go on the waterfall at Guarma, yeah, that's basically what we did. We had a whole bunch of people with us. It wasn't romantic. Fancy trip to Guarma. We haven't had that many people go to Guarma on this server, and it's something I haven't really thought about, was whether we were going to have doctors receive calls from Guarma. They obviously cannot get to. Or can people just use Medic and get themselves up in Guarma? Like, I don't want a doctor on the mainland to be a reason people can't use medic on Gorma. I know we had that worked out on Badger. I just don't know whether it's worked out here, because this is Jim's, like, entirely original script for medical on here, and we have been working out a few little problems, and I think we've got them solved now. When I say we, I mean Jim. We identify, he fixes. Anna's been working on this script to do what I call a high risk, high reward civ / crim job. He's still working on it, so I haven't tried it yet, so I can't really tell you too much about it. What do you mean, bugging it out? I mean, you could only have a small number of them, or they're not shooting right? I think Dom was saying with the pump action, you could only have a small number of shells? Is that what you're talking about, or is that something else? I used the shotgun on one of my alts and I didn't notice any particular problems. Yeah, 10 rounds of buckshot and 60 in slugs. Oh, reading chat and not driving. Yeah, it is weird. It did get fixed in Badger? It's probably a limit in a line of code somewhere. It shouldn't be there. The ammo bolt script? Have you put that in the in a ticket or something, or because there's a lot of threads, and I don't know if Jim has time to see them all. I don't know if you have like a gunsmith problem thread or something. Yeah, I could do that, because I think he's gonna be having somebody else helping soon, and I don't know if he's got that set up. He's not gonna get that drunk at the moment. He might not mean immediately after. Anyway. He just means after in the sense of following that occurrence. $84 to bring 2 guys to Annisburg. This is not too bad. 84 is pretty good for that amount of time, to be honest. As I said, it's not that hard to make money.
Hello?
Give me just like 1 sec. How are you doing on your script, done? Well, that's good news, yes? Now let's just get Alice to check her telegrams for a sec. Yesterday I did that and I got a new doctor, so, you know, it's worth doing.
That's a hell of a wagon you got there.
It's a stagecoach. Yeah, I mean, the weddings can be fun and everything, but all social interactions are taxing to some degree.
Yes?
I don't hardly go to any anymore. I guess I should check and see when the award ceremony is for the Husband Memorial Scholarship. I usually get invited to those and give it away, but no getting eaten by a cat today. Huzzah! So let's just say on medieval. Yeah, that does tend to be how things get once you're a grown-up, though. There's not nearly as much dropping by, and if you, it often depends on whether you have kids or not. Like my husband and I didn't have children, so we weren't doing all of the drop in to see the grands, see all the other grandkids, blah blah blah. You know, we didn't do that. We did sometimes, but not very often. Usually it was like weddings, funerals, Christmas. And then for a while we alternated Christmas between my parents and his parents, and then eventually you get to the point where you're just like, we're staying home for Christmas. You don't have kids. Like, you still need your own thing.
Drink something, march some shapes.
Dude, if Thieves Landing, holy cow. I used to be really a lot more social. Now I find my social batteries run out very fast. I am no longer the Energizer Bunny of social gatherings. And I haven't been for a while. Oh! Looking at chat, looking at chat, looking at chat. Trying to replace the battery. I don't think they make my kind of batteries anymore, Don. I'm an old model. I have an IKEA ceiling lamp that we got a few years ago, and the battery finally ran out. So it had probably well, when I say a few years ago, probably well over 10 years. And I went to IKEA to see about getting a replacement, and they said, "Oh, we haven't had that kind of bulb in years." Okay. So go on yon internet and try to figure out where I could get a replacement, and I found it, and I got two. And if they each last 10 years, I should be dead. So when the last one wears out, I'm sure whoever gets my house after me will definitely replace that light. Because they don't tear the entire house down and rebuild with something else on top, which is probably what will actually happen. It's not something I need to worry about at all. What happens after I die is none of my business. My watch will be over. I will not have to worry about it. My parents' lives are pretty much, you know, in a file box in my basement. Everything else of theirs got sold, divided. House got sold, the money divided. I got my mother's car, and I kept that till it was almost 20 years old when it finally gave up the ghost. And now that's gone. Earthly things don't last, they don't particularly matter. Let's not get run into by... No. I mean, they really can not have to force you to. I mean, it's, I don't know, people are a little bit weird about it, I guess. If I had a relative and I knew they hated having celebrations, I would have something very low-key. I see a lot of like Reddit stories on YouTube and things with people reacting to Reddit stories, and some of the Reddit stories really frustrate me because it's like people do not talk to each other, people do not listen to each other, and people are really selfish sometimes. And I guess I grew up among people that really, I mean, yeah, one of them was not great, and the rest of them were all fine, but they all had problems. And alcoholism was definitely a problem in my family. It was not a problem I ended up having. My mother and I were the two, like my mother never had a problem with alcohol. She would drink like a lemon gin at Christmas and get a little squiffy, and that would be all she would ever have. Or advocaat. Somebody from Holland would be visiting and bring her a bottle of advocaat, and she would drink it with a spoon out of a little short glass and get a little squiffy, and that was the extent of her drinking. Well, as long as there's people coming that you like and you want to see. You know, some of these Reddit stories are like, you know, invite their own friends to other people's parties and they don't know them, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of strangers at their party. As long as they're not doing that, you should be good. But still, even then, you know, say, you know, when you run out of your social batteries, just do yourself and let them go to it. Nobody better plan a 5-hour party for me. I could do maybe 2. And it's funny because I could stream for like 12 hours if I really get, you know, in the mood for it. I definitely play that long. But it's not something I can do with a group of people in person. Because groups of people in person are very taxing. Listening to a whole bunch of people talk is taxing. Feeling like you are supposed to entertain people is taxing. yeah, we just slept overnight in the stable in Blackwater. I would like to have a hotel. I wish somebody would want to be a hotelier. I cannot. I was looking around to see if I could find the hotel MLO that we had in Emerald, my first server. Because we had a little hotel, Blackwater Hotel MLO. And I have, the only ones I've seen have been a lot more elaborate than that one was. That one also had snakes in the walls for some reason. Like you would go up to your room and there would be a snake in the middle of the floor. It's kind of weird. You remember the snake, right? Jack and Alice would be going to their respective hotel rooms and there would be a snake. Subtle snake. I don't know where that, I don't know where that MLO came from. It's pretty good except for the snake. Rooms were instanced, right? I remember correctly. There was like an MLO of the reception area and downstairs, and the individual rooms were instanced. Or were they? Maybe they weren't. Because I remember they were like you rented them and nobody else could get in them. I could be wrong about that. The rooms might not have been instanced. Oh, yeah, we shoot the snakes. We're looking, always on the lookout for monster fish places. Millie's whales, we're always on the lookout. We went fishing not far from here, but we didn't get any fish rises at all. Could have been weather related, I suppose.
Hello.
Had this MLO on Badger, but it's not here. Oh my god. That would cause me to have a problem with snakes. Why does it have to be snakes? I think that would affect anybody. Whiskey Ridge's favorite game, pig or pig-shaped rock? They're all pig-shaped rocks. Pig among them. They are venomous. Well, still, it's scary. I think you had a snake, a venomous snake strike at you, and you're a kid. You know, that's scary. And it's a black adder as well, which are kind of scary looking snakes. Of course, I cannot think of the words black and adder together without thinking of the TV series. When you're a kid, you don't know that a snake isn't going to kill you. We had that seed shop open and that wood shop open on Emerald. I don't know what MLO they had. I think is it the Blackwater Reborn or something? I don't know. They had a lot of open buildings. Not driving into Tumbleweed? No, I won't drive to Tumbleweed.
How do you do?
Have a look at the pinboard. See what's going on.
Hi, man.
Idle minds and all that.
Hi.
Canton and Pacific Lumber. Amazing. Middle-aged horse. He's fine though.
Lady?
Neat. Do that. Okay. Let me check. Give me just one sec. Hello.
Who are you? Hello there, dear.
Hello.
What do you know?
What do I know? What do you mean? What do I know?
I said
I s-
hello and you said I know.
No, I didn't. I said hello. They're going to be a lumber company over there. Construction
Oh,
company
that's
coming soon. And I
lovely.
believe, if I do not miss my guess, that Deputy Dye might have something to do with it.
Mm.
What would you like to do today? I'm technically on duty, but I could go off duty. I've been on duty for a while.
That's up to you. You can be on duty as long as you want.
I know.
I'm gonna my
I'd like to
my poster.
possibly
Yes.
go home because I want to see if Millie's around.
Ma'am?
I don't.
Yes.
She's not coming, but they don't know that.
Oh well. Miss?
Check your telegrams too. Make sure there's nobody responding to your ads. I don't know.
We shall see.
You get used to these things.
Nice out today, ain't it? If you must be outdoors, I suppose.
Hello, miss.
Well then.
Goodness, so
How do you do?
fancy. didn't go. I didn't get automatically on the now live either. I don't know what's going on.
Heard one of the deputies got themselves good drunk and ended up in the damn lake. Almost drowned.
I'm gonna have to try to fix that myself, I guess.
Starting to feel like a regular occurrence.
Okay, I'm not seeing
So,
anybody
then-
else on the server streaming. So, I think I might send you to somewhere else. I think my streaming day is done. My voice is starting to give out a little bit. I'm gonna send you over to Coffee Pot on Medieval. Plays Beatrice. Absolutely lovely, lovely person.
Well then, so, then...
Did that work? Did that have worked? Oh, it does work. It did work. Okay. I'm just not seeing it on... Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, you guys have a great time, and I will see you again soon. Might stream Monday. I'll see how I feel. And have a wonderful rest of your day. And why is it taking so long? Why is there why is that raid notice so long? Okay. See you later. Bye-bye.